What's happening, y'all? It is Thursday, December 5th, 2024. Tanner, Drew, and Lauren, we are live.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up later on this morning around 7:30, we got another it's a pack of Shun Chef knives.
Yes.
Everyone's trying to get these. Even people here in the building are trying to get these. They're dope. They're fancy. They're expensive.
Yeah.
And they come with the cutting board and the sharpeners, so you'll be cutting for a long time.
Yeah, be like Sweeney Todd up in this bitch.
That's right.
So 7:30 this morning, we'll hook you up. If you want to see what these knives look like, we got a whole a pack that we unboxed online. Just follow us on the gram, y'all. We did it for the gram.
Yeah, we did. We do everything for the gram.
And it's all in honor of the Kai USA warehouse sale that starts on the 6th on Teton Avenue in Tualatin.
Which is tomorrow, so get to it. And get there early.
Can't
Flying
believe
by.
it's already going to be the 6th.
Years flying by, man. I feel like I just celebrated 4th of July the other day.
Yeah.
You know, here we are.
Now we're about to hit 25.
I wish it was the 4th of July. I could use some heat.
Are you a little sick? Your voice sounds a little raspy.
No, but it's cold outside.
Is
At
it?
least, I don't know if I'm...
got me leaking.
Maybe I'm getting sick. I'm
The
just
cold-
sick of you guys.
That's fair. The cold weather actually really affects my skin. It's same thing with
Oh,
my
yeah.
dog. So like I have psoriasis anyway, but like the weather flares it up or something. Because I get these little patches.
Yeah, I mean, cold weather and dry air just kind of promotes
Yeah.
dry skin. And we're not usually in this situation this time of year. Usually there's a bit more moisture in the air. So
Yeah, you're definitely not alone. I never wear chapstick. I put it on twice this morning.
Yeah.
My kids' lips are all cracked. I'm itching because my skin doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
I think we're all screwed until we get rain, but that's not what we want to hear.
I have a dermatologist appointment today
In itch o'clock.
on itch o'clock, and I'm gonna be like, give me something, give me a cream. Give
They're
me all
gonna,
the
be,
creams.
they're gonna be like, have you heard of lotions?
I use lotion. I use cortisone 10 because it really right now it's bad on my face. I got that razor that kind of gives me like a little bit of razor burn or
Yeah.
itchy feelings, or like right under my ears on both sides.
Yeah.
I would get
So-
just something that like comes in a pump. You know, like
Yeah.
the cortisone is good, but like just like
I need something to just
for,
squirt it out in my hand.
Yeah, unscented, like lotion for sensitive dry skin would be good for you.
I'd ask that dermatologist too which one is best because not all lotion's created equal
True,
and certain
yeah.
stuff should not be on your face ever or
Right.
you'll clog your pores up.
Yeah,
and turn
what stuff?
into-
Because I was concerned about putting cortisone 10 on my face, but I couldn't handle it. I
You're
just
good
needed
with
to do
that.
it.
You're good with that. That's a lighter cream, and you're using it in a little. You got a little dab and an eraser-sized ball
Yeah.
in your finger.
I would use maybe like a Lubriderm or a Cetaphil or something like that.
Don't get a big jug of St. Ives and start.
Yeah, right.
And go like,
Yeah, I just had some cocoa butter left over from another thing.
yeah, buddy.
It
So I just
smells
use that.
delicious, but it doesn't seem to be working.
No, I'm even more itchy and turned on at the same time. It's strange.
That butter.
But so I'm going to go get some stuff today, and then I'm going to go get checked to make sure I don't have any cancerous growths.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's my annual checkup for that.
in the new year, I've got to make that appointment. I'm always shucking it.
Yeah, I got to do it like, because same with your wife.
Yeah.
She found some on her ear. I found some on my leg.
And they got
some
to go
melanoma.
all the time now, right?
Every 6 months. I got to go in there and get all checked up. So today's the day I got to get naked in front of a bunch of strangers, which is never
That
comfortable.
shouldn't be awkward at all.
That stranger's going to keep you alive, though. That's what I got to get in my mind when I got to get naked in front of him.
So anyway, I'll let you know how long they
How many
laugh.
how many bumps?
Yeah, how many bumps?
How many concerning spots I've got?
So anyway, what else?
Yeah, that about covers
That
it.
about covers. All right, let's do this.
Let's get it on. And now, the big story.
It's now time for the big story, where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I'm going to start with this because I think this is kind of concerning. White House officials say that a Chinese hack of cell phones is actually bigger than we first believed.
Didn't they basically say it was all of them the first time? I thought. I mean, they're in
yeah,
it.
right. They say you may have heard of this this Chinese hacking campaign. It's been spying on texts and calls through at least 8 major telecommunication companies. That sounds like all of them to me.
Great, yeah.
Including AT&T, Verizon, Lumen Technologies, and others. But now, apparently, it's a bigger problem than first thought. A top White House official told NBC News yesterday that the hacking is much bigger than previously revealed to the public. And it includes, quote, dozens of countries around the world, according to this deputy.
So
National Security
are we
Advisor.
still like stressing about TikTok? Because like to me, it's like who cares about TikTok when people have like our phone records
Yeah,
and all that data.
It sounds like there's apps
what?
that are just built, like they make you think, oh yeah, you're playing Pokemon, but really they're getting your information or
You're geo-mapping a neighborhood.
geo-mapping in a whole hood.
I mean, the amount of dorks that were in our parking lot playing that game, they've got every square inch.
Yeah.
Damn, Pokemon Go kept me alive that summer, you guys.
You would have been running into
helped.
the people from downstairs.
You're like a Chinese spy, basically, now, Laura. During the press call, they say, and other officials say that they don't believe that any of the U.S. telecoms have been eliminated, have eliminated the threat completely, which has led to advice from the FBI that people should use encrypted channels to communicate for now.
So that's
Okay.
like WhatsApp and things
Yeah.
like that, right?
So
Like
we're supposed to just talk to each other through WhatsApp and
You
Snapchat?
know what's funny?
Yeah.
When my British cousin and her husband were in town, their job was on the ground that we don't use WhatsApp. And we were like, well, we just text. And they were like, what? You do what?
Wow.
And
Yeah.
And it was just weird because it's a different line of thinking. But I think my carrier, which is one of the ones you listed, is responsible a little bit to keep my privacy safe.
100%.
Where's your
but I mean,
firewall?
We can't,
Right.
Yeah, I just.
Either way.
At this point, you can't really trust anybody to
Go ahead.
take care of you.
Looking at my
except for
phone,
you.
you'll see some weird stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can have it all.
Yeah.
This is the big story to me, guys, because we are America and we like to eat. Chipotle says that.
Hey, you said it right.
I've been saying it right for about a decade now because you pounded it into my head.
You said it wrong this morning. I was going to say something. But
Oh,
then
maybe I
was-
still.
You
Maybe
still
I
say
still-
Chipotle.
Oh, Well, whatever I say is mostly wrong. Now, they say that they're going up 2% on prices. And now I blame not just the situation, the people filming the person making the burrito.
Right.
We've gone so hard that now they're like, all right, make sure you put enough food in there.
Weren't we just talking about this? Because like a couple of weeks ago, they were like, we're not going to fight it. If you ask for us to overstuff your burrito, we're going to do it. And we were like, well, they're just going to raise the prices.
And sure
and
enough,
look, now
there
they're
it goes.
doing it. So thanks a lot.
You get what you ask for. And if when you're berating a 19-year-old over burrito, it's going to happen.
Speaking of spending buttloads of money, Adobe Analytics tracks holiday spending every year, and Cyber Monday set a new record for the biggest online shopping day ever. We collectively spent $13.3 billion. That is up 7% rather from last year. For one 2-hour stretch Monday night, we were spending more than $15 million every minute.
Wow.
We also set a new record for total online spending between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday with just over $41 billion. So I don't know where we're getting it, but we're still finding cash to spend.
Yeah, nobody's got money, but all of a sudden you got a new TV.
It's 85 inches.
80.
I think it's plastic.
Smart.
I think it's plastic money. I think is a problem.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think you're right.
Pay you
I think
back
you're right.
later.
Yep.
Thank you. More on the stories at 1059thebrew.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break, or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
It's Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We got our new segment, Terrible News Over Happy Music, coming up a little later on this morning. Before that, though, Drew's got sports. What do you have?
Massive NFC North showdown on Thursday night, and we'll break it all down.
That is coming up on the other side of Zeppelin. Happy Thursday. It's 6:23 on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, big matchup coming up tonight against between the Packers and the Lions. Now, this is what's crazy about it is the Lions, they're 11-1, but this team has played 3 games in 18 days, and that's quite frequent for football, where you need time to rest your body after banging out there for 60 minutes. But tonight, they will look to beat the Packers. Now, they're favored by 3.5, and of course, Dan Campbell, their coach, is a badass. A guy has really grown on me. At first, I was like, is he a gimmick? And as time's gone on, he's proven to actually be quite brilliant, on top of having balls of steel and always being willing to go for it. But he did talk about his team's resilience.
We play tough opponent after tough opponent after tough. We got another one. I mean, we got plenty coming up. So, and this is the type of stuff that you live for. And it's also the type of stuff that gets you ready for the tournament. You know, so, yeah, we're a resilient bunch. And nothing's going to change that. We got to worry about the one in front of us.
Now, it is a franchise record with their record so far. Laura's in the Lions shirt. Maybe it'll bring some luck. We'll pick this game later on this morning. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up in about an hour, we got another prize pack, another Shun Chef Knives prize pack. Everyone's trying to get these. Even people in the building are trying to get some. So if you want them, we're going to play the Rotten Tomatoes game at around 7:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Coming up next, guilt tipping has changed customer behavior.
The behavior.
Either way, we'll get into it coming up after STP. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
So apparently guilt tipping is changing consumer behavior. Guilt tipping.
I bet.
And what would you consider guilt tipping?
Everything I do lately. I mean,
Yeah.
all the things that, I say that the rule should be if I'm standing up to pay, your tip is cut, but I feel guilty and I give them the money.
Yeah, I feel like the guilt tipping is anytime they have to flip the screen around.
Yes.
Or, like you said, you're standing up, food comes on a tray, and they're asking you to tip.
And I get chumped all the
crazy.
time where I walk away and I'm like, I just gave 20%. I gave the same amount to a lady who the day before waited on me hand and foot at a table. I don't understand.
Yeah, and this is what gets me, is that I have gotten too used to looking at the dollar amount and then looking at the percentage.
Yeah,
and
just,
tapping
20.
a percentage. But if I were at a bar, I don't tip necessarily based on the bill. It's like 2 beers, $2. You know what I mean? But if I go to a movie theater and grab a popcorn and a beer and a box of Sour Patch Kids and it's $25, all of a sudden I'm tipping more.
5 spot.
Yeah, and you're like, what just happened?
Researchers from the University of Richmond and Bino Region Business School found that digital tipping, which is used in over 100 countries, can contribute to feelings of guilt. They say, quote, while digital tipping can be convenient, it also contributes to tipflation.
Because
They're
you're
feeling that
standing
tipping
over me.
expectations have gotten out of hand.
Because you're totally right though. Because if you flip that screen, like if I'm the retailer and I flip it to you, Tanner, I'm staring at you while you make the decision.
I just like to tap the side of it and flip it right back.
Yeah.
And then stare right back.
Just stare right in his face.
Yeah.
But when you hand me a paper receipt, I feel like I'm in charge of my own destiny.
There's a little privacy there.
Yeah,
You know,
like you walk away and I make a decision and then you come get it when I'm gone.
So I sometimes have to use my shoulder to block the view of me crossing out the tip line.
Yeah, exactly. But you can.
An analysis of 36,000 customers found that when tipping was kept more private, customers were more likely to revisit. However, when consumers felt observed, they did tip more.
So it's a
So it's a
double-edged
double-edged
sword.
sword.
I'll
yeah.
panic and just hit the 20% button.
So, and it's not that smart of them. If you listen to what you just said, it's basically you're going to get more out of the customer now, but they might not come back.
Yeah.
If I own a place, I don't want that to be the deal.
Yeah, but
think
if
long
I'm just
term.
Keep
but if
coming.
I'm just the barista standing behind the counter,
So
I
you
don't
don't care
care
about
if you
me.
come back or not.
Yeah, you don't care
I
about
care
the business.
As a matter of fact,
what
I don't want you
the-
to come back. It's
yeah.
less people means it's easier.
Right.
If you never show up here outside my shift, I don't care. If you're the barista, that's where they're at.
It is interesting too, because like now I'm so used to it. I was on vacation. I can't remember where I was, but I went into a donut shop, and there was no flip around the screen. There was no printed receipt with a tip line. It was just like, "Have a great day," and I was like,
Refreshing.
Are we missing a step here?" But I just walked out, and I was like, I feel good about that. You know what I mean? Because it's like if I wanted to tip, I
Right.
certainly could have.
And keep
but it
this in
wasn't-
mind. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
But keep this in mind that I was just told by the pizza place by my house that when I tip them digitally, it does not go to them.
Which is
The customer, or sorry, the employee told me.
shady.
The employee told me that. She goes, "We don't get these tips, so don't even do it."
I see a class action lawsuit for if that happens across all of those places, and they came together to be like, yeah, they haven't given us any of the tips for the last 5 years. That's worse than the Arco situation.
Yeah, is that even legal? Like, maybe
To
I
me,
should.
Yeah, I mean-
It feels
crooked.
sketch. It feels sketchy.
But I
It is-
mean, it's not necessarily illegal because it's not like it says where the tips are going. You know
But
what I mean? It's just like,
we
who are you
just not-
tipping? We don't know. We're just
assume
tipping.
misled.
the
Yeah.
tip goes to the employee.
Right.
The person who I'm looking at is like covered in pizza dust, and that tip's supposed to be so they can get dinner.
Right.
Not you can put it in the corporate fold.
What do you do? Do you tip when it's digital, or do you just say no tip? Because since you told me that, I've been saying no tip at this place.
I will say, and
That place for sure.
and not many
Well,
people.
even at my favorite burrito place, they do the same thing, and I just don't think handing me
think-
food on a tray deserves a tip.
Yeah, and I think also with smaller like mom and pop shops, you have a better chance of that tip actually going to the person who's serving you your food. But like big like corporate restaurants, I don't know, man. That's shady though.
So what do you do? Send us a text message on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. When they flip that digital screen around for you to tip, what do you do? Do you tip them, or do you just flip it right back and look them dead in the eyes?
Because I'm so weak that when I think I'm going to shave a little, I go to pick more, and then I hit 15% and think that I won or something. And they've
Yeah.
done nothing and they got 15%.
Yeah, if they wouldn't have flipped around that screen, you wouldn't have given them any money at all.
Yeah.
So
I hate it. Sometimes I just panic and I will give them more than I should. And I've gotten better at it the
Yeah.
older I get, because I used to just throw a 20 out of just, get out of my house or get away from my door.
It's raining cash.
Yeah, and I just don't know. I just would panic. But
Well, and it sucks as somebody who, and I know Amy, your wife, Drew, worked in the service industry for a long time. So it's hard for me to be like, okay, I'm going to go somewhere and not leave a tip because that's someone's livelihood. But it's like things were different back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was making $4 an hour.
Yeah, now they're making
like,
a lot more, and we don't take that into account.
Yeah.
on the phone, our good friend and listener, Syrian Steve. He's been a listener for many, many moons. Syrian Steve, what do you do?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man.
Good.
Well, I got a little situation here. So when I'll give you a little example, like a pizza, for example. You go in there, you pick up a pizza, and they ask for a tip, and I write down there, "No thanks, you're doing your job."
Okay, they don't love that, by the way.
If you were going back to that place, they've talked about you.
Yeah, they've put a finger in your
Yeah,
salad.
but I'm a huge believer of tipping. Like if I go like for example, after the Black Friday, we ate breakfast, me and my wife. I tip. Because they're out there working. You know what I'm saying? Like when it's so right now it's just like they're trying to like push it down your throat to tip.
Yeah. Right.
But if you're at a bar, for example, and yes, I'll tip. But when you go and pick up something that's already like not
prepared,
not pre-made per se, prepared already, you're doing your job. You don't need a tip.
Yeah. So he just lets them know on the bill, you're doing your job.
In case Zero didn't tell you. Write it out.
Thank you, Syrian Steve. We appreciate it, my friend. This text message comes from 7059. It says, never tip electronically, it goes to corporate. And that's what the employee at this place told me. I'm done tipping through that screen.
I mean, that's an argument for carrying cash, I guess. Like, drop a couple bucks here and there if you want, but
not all that's going to be created equal. Like, we've all been to a food cart where they flip the screen and they don't have a boss. So if it's a mom and pop, you don't have to worry.
If it's a little food cart,
then they don't have corporate.
I'll give you $250 for the diarrhea I plan on getting here in a couple hours.
That is crazy, though. And I mean,
diarrhea is not free.
No, you're going to pay for that dearly. But I don't know. Has it gotten to the point where it's like, hey guys, do you get this tip before I hit this little 20%? Where does this money go? Like, are we going to start having conversations with the people behind the counter?
Worth an ass sometimes.
Yeah, I want a record of where my tip is going.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we deserve to know.
I mean, you've tipped enough now, Tanner, to open a whole nother Caesars.
Yeah,
they made a new location.
I'm gonna open a franchise.
I was gonna say, why haven't you franchised yet? Like, this could be your calling in life.
That would be a great. That'd be a great thing to have.
I think I'll die.
Yes.
We got some talkback messages coming in through the iHeartRadio app. Download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone and send us one anytime.
Morning Brew Crew. Yeah, with the tipping thing, if it comes to a tablet, I just tip the lowest amount every time. It's like a couple of bucks, no big deal. But if I'm at a bar or a restaurant, I'm usually looking at like 25%. Bing bong.
Another talkback?
Ever tip before receiving your food or other product. But I also very rarely will tip for somebody just doing the job they're hired to do. If you go above and beyond, then you're going to get a tip.
All right. One more talkback to the app.
Morning, Brew Crew. Hey, on this tipping thing, I agree. It's out of control. Technically, in my mind, we're all serving a customer in some way at our place of business, whether it's retail, lab work, you're all serving a customer. In fact, you guys, your radio show, you're serving your customers by putting on a great radio show.
Our jar's been out and empty for years.
You every day?
Yeah, we're gonna put a bucket right there out on 95, and we expect people to slow down and toss some cash in.
There is an exit there. We're not putting you out too much.
We'll have beef water out there. Basically, gonna look like a panhandler. Just give him money, please.
Collecting tips, 20%.
More of your calls to talkbacks coming up.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. In the last segment, we were talking about tipping and how it's gotten out of hand, and there's a lot of guilt tipping. Apparently, consumers are changing their behavior because of guilt tipping, which is like when they spin around the little electric device and it says, do you want to give a 15, 20, or 30% tip or whatever? That's kind of crazy, but.
Well, and
30%.
they're all based on the price of, since everything's more expensive, it's not like 15%, 20% used to be a bone or two, but now it's 5 or 6.
Well, and I don't know if you've seen this where every once in a while I'll be at a restaurant and they'll have the little handheld electronic things and they'll just hand it to you and it's automatically highlighted on 25 or something.
Yeah.
And I'm I'll click it back down to 20 and I'm no.
That pisses me off.
Yeah.
You do not
let me
start
choose.
at 25. I feel like if starting at 20 is bold enough, but don't start at 25.
Yeah, come on
So
now.
an employee at the pizza shop near my house told me that the employees don't even get the digital tips. So she said, don't even bother with it. I think I'm going to stop tipping people digitally. I'm just going to flip that thing around.
Carry cash then.
So sorry. Yeah, I'll just give it to them. We got some talkback messages to the iHeartRadio app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. About tipping, I have a new rule when it comes to my haircuts. I will go about 15 above the expected price for the haircut. That would be their tip, depending on how well they treat me and do a good job while I'm sitting there. If they start to mess up or start to say bad things, and I take a shower every day, they say my hair needs this, that, or that, down $5. They say something else, down another $5 until we're to the baseline.
Wow.
Wow, he's savage. He's like, I don't like being told that I have dandruff.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to ignore that all day?
Yeah,
They're trying to help you, and they're just chopping you out.
Yeah.
Like 5 at a time, though. I could think maybe $1 or 2 at a time.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's brutal.
You don't have to mutter much.
Right.
Hey guys, I live down in California. Minimum wage for food service workers down here is $20 an hour. Back in the old days, $4 an hour. They survived on their tips. Now it's not an issue because they're making $20 an hour. I think tipping should go out the door.
Morning, Brew Crew. This is Big John. I used to work as a gas attendant, and people would try to give me tips. It was store policy for us not to accept tips, and it would go towards the store fund for whatever reason. And then someone else was a Mountain Dew promo person, and they dropped off like 15 cases of Mountain Dew for us because it was hot out. And the store took it and put it on the shelf and sold it. I was pretty mad about that.
My God.
Dude.
Didn't even let the staff have a free Mountain Dew.
They're just doing you wrong right there. That is the worst.
Thank you for being a bitch.
That's like,
Truly, though.
I would have just quit, man. Like, they don't care about you.
That's
here.
not legal, right?
That's
You can't do that.
Honestly, saying you can't have a cash tip, too, is like living with a foot on your head.
And they always say, like, this is for promotional use only, not for resale. And they just.
All right, like,
disregard
no
it.
one pays attention to that. It's fine.
Well, more of your talkbacks coming up. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
I think we're in the tip-pocalypse. I think you can call this the tip-pocalypse.
I like it.
People are frustrated with this digital tip stuff, the guilt tipping, and like some people are calling and saying they're just done doing it. They're not tipping through like those electronic devices anymore.
Right.
Some people they start to like. If they don't like your service, they start to chop money off your tip until you get to zero.
Right, but I mean, and somebody pointed out earlier, that's the whole point of tipping. It should be based on service.
And there's another person saying that this text comes from 6516. My daughter works at, should I say the place?
Probably
a chain.
not.
It's a pizza place where it's
a chain restaurant.
Yeah, it's a chain pizza place where then you take home your pizza.
Okay.
And cook it.
Okay.
It narrows it down. It says, my daughter works at this place. They never get the electric tips. It goes to the manager.
That is wild.
So does he? And he doesn't divvy it up at the end of the night.
I guess not.
That's not fair because even as a server, the rules generally were in a bar that the manager would not take tips, that they were making enough money
Right, that's
to
the
where they're
whole
leading
point.
the house. They will help out, but they're not supposed to take the tip.
This
Right.
text from 1794 says, I tip completely based on service. If it's crappy service, it's crappy tip. If it's great service, it's a good tip. This one from 1981 says, it's a good motto. If the employee doesn't make the trip, then I don't tip.
That's a lot like if I'm standing up, forget about it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
This one says, I only tip max 15%. If I stand in front of you to order, I will not tip. If they flip me the screen and the minimum tip is 18%, it's an automatic 0.
I will break it off.
Wow. I like that people are just standing up for themselves, though, and not being bullied. Because for the
Yeah.
longest time, I got bullied into tips.
And it makes me feel like maybe I could take the tip down at least to start. Like maybe I might have to work towards that stuff.
Yeah.
But I do feel more confident with all this backing.
Well, one more call before we move on to terrible news over happy music. Good morning. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Hi.
Hey, good morning, guys. Okay, so long-time food service employee here. I mean, I've waitress, bartended, banquet serving, and all that. I mean, I've made great money, and I've made super crappy money. And let me tell you what, the nights that I made super crappy money, I knew that that's what I was in for because I gave super crappy service. It's like just spread myself too thin, maybe just wasn't feeling it that night or whatever. And now, on the other side of that, I agree with the people that say, tip based on service. If you have a crappy server, you should never feel obliged, obligated to tip 15% just because, that's what people say you should do. If you got crappy service, give a crappy tip or no tip at all. Wow. I think if anything, that should motivate your food server to give better service next time.
Oh, I love
have a little accountability and just say, hey, man. Yeah, just say, hey, man, I suck tonight and own it.
Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? You hit them with 0, you flip it back, and you just say, be better.
Be better. Your tip
You
is
know, I
a
will
be better
say, though,
message.
I did at a bar that I used to work at. I mean, it was like Cinco de Mayo or something like that, and it was a Mexican restaurant. And I mean, we were just getting our asses handed to us.
Mm-hmm.
And I had somebody leave me change at the tip, and I literally chased the people out and threw the change back at them. I mean, that's probably that was a great moment in my career. So it was like, that was just a kind of a low blow, for a night that busy. But I mean, I agree with the people that are saying, hey, if it sucks, don't do it.
Right, good point. I appreciate it. Thank you. And that's from a server herself.
Yeah.
So she knows. All right. Thank you for the call.
Thanks, guys.
Don't leave change or she'll make it hail.
Yeah.
Because it
Throw right
hurts
back at
when
you.
it comes back at you. Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was an intro to this. My bad.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice.
It
It's
is
pretty,
nice,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was like a big produced intro. You'd think that I would know because
Not so much.
I'm the one who does
We're
this.
just raw dogging the Michael Bolton or whatever the hell. I don't
It
know.
felt good, though.
Good.
Telling
It's
you.
now time for our new segment, Terrible News Over Happy Music. Isn't that beautiful? You feel happy?
Those are some magical fingers.
Apparently, splash pads contaminated with feces have been linked to 10,000 illnesses.
Disgusting.
That's nasty.
That is foul.
Health officials are warning of waterborne disease risk associated with splash pads and fecal matter after finding more than 10,000 children and adults have been sickened over 25 years. A new study published December 3rd in the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. It's a very sweet,
that's a good
fun
read.
report.
Really
Like to do
riveting
that over
Easy read.
coffee and a donut.
Analyzed 60 waterborne disease outbreaks associated with splash pads from 23 states and Puerto Rico between 1997 and 2022. The CDC found that the introduction of splash pads just 25 years ago, the popular water areas have been linked to over 10,611 infections.
Holy crap.
Of
And
those
we're just coming to terms?
Yeah.
Now.
Of those affected, 152 people were hospitalized, and 99 people required emergency room visits.
Yikes.
All because of the feek.
But no deaths. That is good. They're just
That's good.
Well, they're not going to own up to any of that. That was on you.
It's a pre-existing condition.
Oh, yes. Their favorite term.
But the parasite, I don't even know if I can say this. Cryptoporidium.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Cryptosporidium.
You don't want a mouthful of that.
Cryptosporidium, I think. The
Okay.
parasite Cryptosporidium, known as crypto, was the most common cause of the waterborne disease outbreaks associated with these recreational spaces.
Do we have
I
any
almost said rectal
plan on
spaces.
this, or is it, we're just going to continue to fecal dump?
Yeah.
And you just suck it in.
I wouldn't be surprised if splash pads become a thing of the past.
Yeah, right?
And they're pretty popular right now, but I'm going to forward this story to my wife come springtime.
Yeah.
I don't go hang out in the fecal soup.
Splash pad, more like a staff pad. I'm out of here.
There we go. I'll go.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, Isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Wouldn't a Shun Chef knife prize pack be a great gift for the holidays?
It's a perfect gift.
Gift for yourself, maybe.
It's a high-end gift. You better really like them.
Yeah.
They're really dope, and we are going to play the Rotten Tomatoes game here in about 15 minutes for your chance to win the set. Before that, though, Drew's got sports. What do you have?
It's a huge night this evening. Packers, Lions, it's all going down. We'll break the game down next.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
Well, it's really coming all down to this, as the NFC North has been kind of the proving ground for the top of the league. The Lions lead the division, followed by the Vikings and then Packers, but they're 11-1, 10-2, and 9-3. So good news for my Vikings is somebody's going to lose tonight, and that's going to separate the pack a little bit. Now, if it's the Packers, it's going to muddy the water and really come down to a showdown at the end of the season. But if you're asking Vegas, they like Detroit by 3.5. The computer model has them at about a 60% chance to win, which is means that the two of them actually agree, because football at the professional level, it doesn't matter if you're the Patriots, you can drop a game. Just ask that undefeated team when the Giants took them out. So this evening, will the Lions do it? We'll pick it in about an hour, but don't forget, if you're planning on maybe going somewhere for the game, like Laura looks to be dressed up for something, Prime Video. Make sure where you go, if it's a public place, they are going to be able to show that game to you, because you don't want to be grumpy when your meal gets there and the game doesn't start. 5:15 kick. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, coming up next, we've got this Shun Chef knives gift set for you. It's pretty dope. We've got a video of us unboxing one online on our Instagram at 1059thebrew. But caller 10 gets to play the Rotten Tomatoes game for your chance to win the prize pack coming up next. 866-445-1059 is the number. We'll play that right after the pumpkins on the brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Just got a text message from Fat Thor, our good friend and listener. He's been listening. I feel like he's been listening for
many years.
Many years, at least maybe the beginning, around their beginning.
Somewhere. I mean, a long time. He's ancient like we are.
He's listened a lot this year. He just sent me a screenshot of, the iHeart app sent him this. And it said, 105.9 The Brew is his favorite radio station.
Okay.
Oh.
And he says it's his number one preset. In 2024, Fat Thor listened to The Brew for 25,872 minutes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Holy
We're going to have to post that.
Crap.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I feel like I haven't even listened to the station that long.
You're probably right.
You're here the whole time and you haven't hit his number.
Because the message said, congratulations, Fat Thor. You are in the top 10% of 105.9 The Brew listeners.
Wow.
Seems like he would be the top.
For 25,872 minutes just this year.
That's crazy. Wow, thanks, Fat Thor.
Appreciate you, bro.
Oh.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate, bro.
That's a bro move.
What
Thanks
a
for being a
freaking boost.
homie.
Yeah, that is a bro move, being a homie.
Yeah, and he's a good guy too, so we'll take it.
All right, it's time to play our game that we like to call the Rotten Tomatoes game. I love Rotten Tomatoes. You know, if they rate a movie poorly, I still, if I want to see it, I'll still go see it. But I like to see what they have to say.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Rotten Tomatoes score or the audience score, I'm interested.
I feel like sometimes they're wrong. They're wrong when it comes to, they say a movie's bad and it's not, but when they give it like a 98, they rarely miss. Like when they say it's amazing, it rarely misses.
I agree with that. I feel like when they sell, they'll say movie's bad, but it's good. But usually when they say it's good, it's good.
Good is good.
All right, let's meet our contestants on the phone. He's calling from Malala. His name is Clayton. Good morning, Clayton.
Good morning.
Clayton, what's the last movie you watched?
Moana 2.
Moana 2.
Ooh, my kids are bugging to go see that.
Yeah. Was it good? I'm hearing good things about it. Everyone says good things.
Oh, yeah, it's very good.
All right. Because that's what's important. Like, you want to take your kids to those movies, and you want to enjoy it, too.
Yeah, or you want to die if you end up at a My Little Pony.
Right.
They do movies still.
Yeah.
What's the worst kid movie you ever had to sit through?
Oh, gosh. I'm old, so I can't remember that far back.
All right.
It's like Benji. Benji was great.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I cried like a bitch. There's one Benji movie where one of the guys kicks Benji into a wall and he like passes out, and it shattered me as a child.
And they used real dogs and stunts back then.
Back in the day, that was not CGI.
That was a real dog.
Yeah, that was not a stuffed animal.
Dude, it crushed me as a kid. I that scene is burnt into my head. They kicked Benji.
What's that? Marley and Me. Is that a kids movie? I never saw that movie because everyone was like, just don't.
It's not a kids movie. It's a family movie. But I guess
it's very emotional.
I saw it in the theater and I cried like a baby. Yeah, I'm a very emotional guy.
I'm sure you weren't the only one though.
Yeah, I didn't cry as much at Paw Patrol Live. Not all dog movies are created equal.
All right, bro, this game's simple. I'm going to read off a couple of movies, and you just have to tell us which movie has the higher Rotten Tomatoes score, okay?
Okay.
All right, you got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win the Shun Chef Knife prize pack. Which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes? National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation or A Christmas Story?
Wow.
Oh, boy. I love National Lampoon's. Let's go Christmas Vacation.
You're saying Christmas Vacation is rated higher?
I think, yep, let's go Christmas Vacation.
They're never going to do that. American classic versus comedy. You're going to lose.
Christmas Vacation has a 70%.
Which is a trash score. How dare they do that?
And A Christmas Story has an 89%.
That's a perfect example of when they give a bad rating and it's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, W. Griswold.
Gotta not go off my own personal preferences.
Right.
Yeah, 0-1.
Which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes? Carrie or The Exorcist?
Ooh, Exorcist.
Is The Exorcist rated higher on the tomatoes?
Oh my God!
Really?
Carrie's got a 94%.
Whoa.
The Exorcist has a 78%.
That is surprising. Honestly, The Exorcist is a classic.
Yeah. But Carrie for the win.
Yeah.
0-2. You got to get off the ropes.
Yeah, dude. If you get one more wrong, you have to listen to us give your Shun Chef Knife prize pack to somebody who did absolutely nothing.
And it's a beautiful blade.
Which movie's rated higher? Euro Trip or American Pie?
Ooh, let's go Euro Trip.
Is Euro Trip rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes?
Come on, bro. Come on.
No, I was like, oh, he's back in the game.
Yeah.
No. Euro, have you seen American Pie, they made 30 of them trying to recreate that magic.
Euro Trip has a 46%. American Pie, the first one, has a 62% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like it was
No,
better.
I heard.
It may be.
Oh, bro.
I was going off of Laura. I'd never seen Euro Trip, so I was going off of Laura's thing, going, oh.
I don't know. Shouldn't have done that.
All right, bro. Clayton, you got to listen to us give your chef knife prize pack to somebody who did absolutely nothing. And I talked to this lady off the phone. Her name is Steph, and she is pretty excited. Good morning, Steph.
Good morning. You have no idea. The people around me probably think I'm crazy. I am like shaking my hands while I'm driving.
Yeah. Congratulations. You just got a Shun Chef Knife prize pack because Clayton crapped the bed.
So Stephanie, the question.
he did.
The question is: Are you keeping the knives for yourself, or are you going to gift them to somebody?
No, hell yeah. No, they're mine. They are mine. All mine.
Gift for yourself.
Think about us when you're celery chopping.
Yeah.
Hey, Clayton, do you want a bonus one so you can at least get one right?
Try to redeem yourself.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Try.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Be quiet, Laura.
Italian Job or Gone in 60 Seconds? Which movie's rated higher? The Italian Job or Gone in 60 Seconds?
Gone in 60 seconds.
Is that rated higher?
Come on. Come on.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Really?
Just buffaloed the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
At least you don't have to worry about what could have been because it couldn't.
It was never going to be, so that's fine.
Bro, by the way, Gone in 60 Seconds only has 23% on Rotten Tomatoes. That is trash.
What?
23?
That is a good movie.
It was kind of a bad movie.
It's like
It
good
was
bad.
Like
It
maybe,
made-
Eleanor?
maybe nostalgic.
I liked
but
it.
not
Yeah.
good.
It was kind of the dawn of surround sound. Like I enjoyed.
It's not
the sound of the engine.
23%. That's crazy.
What's the audience score on? Oh, I guess.
So you're gonna tell me because I'm guessing every Fast and Furious movie is rated above 23%.
Yeah.
It's better than the fifth installment of that, Tokyo Drift or whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's still, I think they're on their 11th one or something.
Well, yeah,
like that.
they make a lot of money.
Hold on. The audience score on Gone in 60 Seconds is 77.
Okay, see?
so car
Yeah.
people love
There
it,
you
I'm
go.
sure.
All right, guys. Clayton, you got another chance to win tomorrow or online
Thank you.
at 1059thebrew.com. Thank you,
Thank
Steph.
you.
Hang on, we'll get your info.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up in just a second, we're going to check more of your talkback messages. Also, the big story coming up after Puddle of Mud on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
And now, the big story.
It's now time for the big story, where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I can start. This is kind of scary. More than 150 million mental illnesses have been tied to leaded gasoline.
Who's
right here in the United States?
I didn't know we were, and now maybe it's more like industrial stuff, because do you ever go to the gas station, you have an option for leaded?
No.
I mean, it's always unleaded for us.
This is according to a study that appeared in Wednesday's issue of the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry. Did I say that right?
Psychiatry.
Psychiatry.
I kind of like it that way. It sounds like a delicious dish.
I'll take the psychiatry, please. Anyway, the study revealed a staggering number of cases were all brought on by lead poisoning. Although only unleaded gasoline is now available for consumers, leaded is still used for race cars, some planes, and farm equipment.
Makes sense why NASCAR events can get a little sideways.
Yeah.
And that race car fume's got that leaded fuel.
The people who were exposed are not in the history books, says this doctor, co-author of the study. Millions of Americans are walking around with an unknown, invisible history of lead exposure that is likely influenced for the worst on how they think, feel, and behave.
Isn't that wild that it'll make you crazy? That like the royalty had lead in their toilet seat, and
that's why the kings were mad,
cutting everyone's heads off. You're like, dude,
just get rid of his toilet, and he might be okay.
Yeah, let's change the type of fuel we're using in the race car, and then that way all the cars will be the same.
Yeah,
The big story to me, guys, and I do love something like this. It just shows that there are great people out there willing to help. Now, we are in a shortened season for the Salvation Army because of how late Thanksgiving was, and they were super sketched out about it, and they still are. So feel free to give, but you probably can't give like this person did. Somebody dropped a rare gold coin into one of the red kettles near Salem. Now, this single coin is valued at $2,600.
Whoa.
And there's a history of this, of people dropping these coins off in the Portland metropolitan area. I think it's so cool. It's the Salvation Army in Marion and Polk counties say the coin's nearly 100-year-long journey now includes serving people in need.
That is very cool.
100-year-old Goldie.
Here's a story that I think is the big story that is not about somebody spending their money wisely, like that person did. If you thought that duct-taped banana was a dumb piece of art, a white canvas is now up for auction
Just
in
a blank canvas?
Germany. Yes. The 1970 piece by minimalist American painter Robert Ryman is titled General 52 by 52, which is a nod to its dimensions. It is painted, but it's painted a stark white, and it's expected to fetch more than $1.5 million.
The art
They
world is so
say-
stupid.
They say the type of paint they used on this canvas, the paint was supposed to be used on metal. And so since it was used on like a cotton canvas, it makes the canvas more delicate.
Oh.
So they can't even move. They can't even move this piece of art without threatening its integrity, and so that's what makes it so valuable, and over 1.5
That's
million
garbage,
is
all
what
by the
they
way. All
think.
that you just heard is garbage.
Yeah, if that was at my house, my kid would spit grape juice on it in a day and it would be the dumbest thing I ever did.
You can't even move it without. They're just trying to
you
make it
can't-
more important. It's not
Yeah.
important. It's
Don't
a garbage
touch it.
piece of art.
Don't touch it. You might see it's crap.
Yeah, don't look too closely. All right.
All right. Thank you, Laura, for sharing that information.
You're
No matter how
welcome.
ridiculous it is.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did need to know that.
All right. Coming up in a few minutes, more your talkback messages. We also have Beefwater going to be in the building later on today for another fast food frenzy. We'll review a new fast food item and tell you what he thinks of it. Rather.
Yep.
That's all coming up. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing.
All right, this morning we want to know, have you ever left something important behind? Like, for example, this story is what got us thinking about it. This golf champion, he's a jockey, champion jockey Glenn Boss. I guess he left 3 of his trophies in a taxi cab in Sydney, Australia, while he was on his way to a speaking engagement.
Just got all preoccupied.
I don't know, what was he just like going to show him off at the speaking engagement? Like,
put him up on the pedestal there.
Look at what you don't have.
I don't have much of a speech, but look at these.
But yeah, he says, quote, I rushed getting my bags off the back seat. I had 3 bags, but only 2 of them were grabbed. He called 13 cabs and was able to actually connect with the driver. Luckily, the Melbourne Cup trophies were quickly returned to him. But boy, the panic that probably set in when he realized he left his trophies in the taxi.
Calling cab after cab, because everybody knows the feeling when you call the dispatch. Oh, I lost this important bag. Okay, we'll make a report.
It's like you don't really have any hope of getting that back.
Yeah, most of that stuff ends up in a living room somewhere.
Yeah. Like during our last Bacon and Beer for our costume, we got costumes from Costume Avenue. They're really great people. Well, I lost a piece of my costume.
Mm-hmm. For shame.
And
this is why we can't have nice things, Tanner.
Yeah, I know, because I'm forgetful. I think what I did is I took it off and I threw it on the bed and I just didn't see it.
And it's wrapped up in the laundry.
Because it was a linen type thing.
Yeah, it looked like a towel because it was for my costume. And so I called the place and they're like, yeah, we don't know what's that.
We don't dig.
Yeah, we'll look for it. And I just, as soon as they said they look for it, I was like, it's gone.
Okay.
I'll never see it again. But that wasn't important. When did you leave something important behind? Like this guy, 866-445-1059 is the phone number. The story that came to me, it's an old story about a guy, I don't know if he was like the production director or somebody who worked on a movie set. And this is back when they shot things on reel-to-reel, on film, right? Mm-hmm. After the daily, I guess the movie was done and they had the film canisters. He had 2 or 3 film canisters with him and he took a cab, just like this guy, to his house. And this is back in the day when there was no internet, there was no cell phone.
Just this.
He gets out of the cab, leaves the film canisters in the backseat of the taxi, loses the film forever.
Bro, you had one job, and there's no backups, there's no nothing.
There's nothing. And so that movie never got seen because this dude lost it in a cab.
Well, somebody saw it. Well, that cabbie saw it.
But that cabbie, one person's treasure is another man's trash. Like, oh, I don't want this reel. Thud.
Yeah, that probably went right in the dumpster.
And it's gone.
He probably used the canister for like Coke or something.
Yeah, put to like right a table so it doesn't wobble.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So yeah, tell us about when you left something important behind. 866-445-1059. Is this Byron?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, buddy.
So I was working for a lumber company here in the valley, and I was delivering a load of stuff over to Madras to Culver area in Central Oregon.
Yeah.
And while I was waiting to get unloaded, I went in and used the restroom, washed my hands. No problem, no harm, no foul. Went out, got unloaded, took off back to the valley, and I was going through Sisters, and I just kind of reached down and rubbed where my wedding ring is at on my finger with my thumb.
Oh,
and my wedding ring was gone, bro.
Oh, you washed it off?
Yeah.
Or do you usually take it off when you wash your hands?
No. So I the only thing I could think of is because it was so cold over there. It was like January and like really, really cold. Is my hands were like just not like, I guess swollen enough. I mean, I don't know, just normal size.
And they're probably numb and you didn't feel it when it fell off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I go in there and wash my hands. So I called them while I was in Sisters, and the receptionist answered the phone, and I'm like, hey, I know this is a really gross ask, but will you please go look in the garbage in that bathroom and see if you can find it? And I couldn't just wait around in Sisters. It was foregone conclusion. Like, I couldn't just whip around and go back.
Yeah.
So I left my phone number, went back to the Valley, and she calls me that night and goes, hey, we found it. We got it.
Oh, thank goodness.
She finds it. And then I'm like, okay, so I'll give you my mailing address. And it shows up 3 or 4 days later. And she took it, dude. She took it and put it in like 3 different separate envelopes and folded each one of those individual envelopes and put like packing tape.
Wow.
She took care of you.
What a nice
She didn't
lady.
want anybody to mess with. Yeah, dude.
You
So
got
I
lucky, dude. You
called her
dodged a
and,
bullet
like,
because your
very-
wife would have never let you forget it.
Yeah.
Bro, I've dodged it 3 times with this dang ring, and we've been married like 14 years now, and I've still got the original one, so we're doing good.
Maybe you should tattoo
in that
it
moment,
on.
man. Yeah, in that moment, I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and it's surprising it
All right,
falls
hey.
off all the time because you'd think delivering lumber and all that, his knuckles would look like jumbo grapes and have that thing, you'd have to jaws of life.
Well, thanks for the call, dude. Glad you found your ring. There are good people still out there, right?
Yes.
That lady's
Yeah,
fantastic.
that is great.
Thanks for the call, man. We appreciate it.
Take it easy, guys.
You too, buddy. Let's go to line 2. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. When did you leave something important behind?
Hello. I left a car key behind on my way back from Disneyland.
Ew.
Landed in PDX and I couldn't get home.
That is honestly such a fear of mine, to like get home and realize that I don't
Your
have
keys,
something
yeah.
that I need to get into my car or my house or both.
Did you have a spare at the house? Were you able to like at least get to the house and come back?
It was the only one we had. We boarded the plane. And my husband had the bright idea of putting our car key in the safe in the hotel room.
Oh, no.
Babe, you got the key, right? And he gave me this look, and I'm like, no, you didn't.
Oh, wow.
So what would he do?
Scrambling. We ended up having his mom pick us up from the airport, had one of our kids sit in the trunk on the way home. We live in Amity, so it was like, a 2-hour ride.
Oh, my God.
That kid felt kidnapped.
2 hours in the trunk.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a lesson learned, right? You got to check the safe. Got to check everything before you leave your hotel room. Thank you for sharing that story with us. More of your calls. The phones are blowing up. More of your calls and texts coming up in just a second.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, I think it's worth noting, a little tip of the cap, but not only are the Oregon Duck football team undefeated at 12-0, the Oregon Duck basketball team also has not lost a game.
Whoa.
This entire season. Now, you would have to ask yourself, is there a correlation between, of course, being able to pay players and now no team ever loses? I think there definitely is a thing. The Ducks yesterday in football just had an incredible class that's coming in next year and in 2026, and this just looks like it's going to be the new norm. Another win last night for the Ducks basketball, 68-60 over the Trojans, but really everybody's got their eyes on the football field tonight as the Packers and Lions go head-to-head at 5:15 on Prime Video. This is kind of like the tip screen. You know, like if Laura was a barista and I've got the tip screen right now and I got to pick a team, It's hard not to give 20% or pick the Lions. Favored by 3.5. I feel like that extra half a point is a betting hangnail. But that being said, I can't go against you tonight. Let's go Detroit.
Thank you.
Cover the spread. Now, I'm 1-4 in my last 5. We started 16-4. We're 17-8. But tonight, that changes. Go Lions. Get some. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, we were talking about this champion jockey, Glenn Boss. Apparently left 3 of his trophies in a taxi cab in Australia the other day. Luckily, he did get them back, but sometimes these people never see these things again.
Yeah.
So when did you leave something important behind? What was it? Where was it? Tell us about it. 866-445-1059. Your call is coming up right after Pearl Jam. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right. When did you leave something important behind, like this jockey in Australia who left 3 of his trophies in a taxi cab?
Whoops.
We told the story about the guy who left the old film canisters when he was, working on a movie set back in the day in the cab, never saw it again.
Brutal.
I remember one time I went to Seattle, and I remember I took the train up there, but I left my car down here in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was waiting for the train, I remember I walked away from the station and to smoke a little pot.
Mm-hmm.
This is when I was, 15, 20 years ago or something.
So you're having to kind of dip away.
Yeah. And so I go and I hide behind this pillar in an alley. And I remember I had to pull the weed out of my pocket, and my keys were in the same pocket. So I had to pull my keys out first to get to the pot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I put my keys out on the ground right next to me.
Oh.
And when I was done, I just got up and walked away.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And that was my only set of keys from my 84 Jetta.
And it's that one decision when in a moment you go, okay, I'll remember to grab those. And then you get to something else.
Yeah.
And Men in Black pen.
I think I remembered it on the train, and there's no going back at that point. Drew, you left something important behind once.
Yeah, and the train is a lot like this situation because it's a bigger piece of transportation that leaves without you. I was 5 years after college. Me and my bros, we went to Las Vegas for a dude's trip, right? So, we'd had it circled. We were all pretty poor. Like you and I just started doing a show together. We didn't have much cash. So, but what I did have was the brand new iPod, the first one with the big silver back. It was thick.
Yeah.
It was like half a Walkman's worth. It was $400. I'll never forget.
It's the weight of a VCR.
And when I got it,
pretty heavy.
My dad, he had just gotten a label maker, and he was like bananas about a label maker in the early 2000s. So he made me put my name and phone number on the back of this thing. Well, fast forward to this trip, and I've got an iPod, first trip with the headphones, and I just get off the airplane and I'm walking. I get to the casino, and I'm at Mandalay Bay, and I just realize I left it in the seat back pocket. And it's an airplane.
Yeah.
Like it was done for me.
And you're thinking I'm never seeing it again.
I just thought it was dead on arrival. And it was so amazing that the very next day, my phone rings and I answer it, and it's this dude who found my iPod and would like to know my address to send it to me.
Oh,
that's great.
I was like,
so
honestly,
nice.
for a whole day, I was so bummed, and I just kept thinking, I'm such a loser. Like I'm the guy who gets the cool thing and has it for a week. And he proved that people are a lot better than
some good people
than some
out there.
others.
Because I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
I would have said like, this is a sweet iPod.
Straight in my pocket.
that-
I don't
oh,
know
that
who
guy's never getting
Drew
it back.
is, but
Honestly, though, when there's a name and a number on it, like if it's anonymous, okay, that's one thing. But you clearly can contact the person.
did you
probably
thank
should.
did you thank your dad for that? Because without his label maker,
I don't know even tell him, right?
Reluctantly, I thanked him.
like,
Oh
that was
no,
a
because
good
I told
idea,
him
thank
immediately
you.
that I'd lost it.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, the guy wrapped it all nice, and
Oh,
he
that's
paid for
nice.
postage. Like none of
Yeah.
the things that you would ever have to do for someone.
Let's go to McD and see if he experienced the same kind of kindness. McD, did you ever lose anything important and leave it behind?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, that did happen to me. I was on a work trip down in Coatzacoalcos, Mexico, which is down by Veracruz. And we were flying back on Friday. I get to the airport, in a tiny little airport, and we walk in, and I realize I don't have my wallet. I'm like, what the hell? I know I just had it. I'm like, oh, I just had it in the taxi. So realized I forgot it on the taxi seat. So I called the service center manager that we had just left, told him, call the taxi company, see if you can track this wallet down. I figured it was definitely going to be gone for sure.
Yeah.
He did find it, actually. He found it, and he shipped it back to me. That's like 3 weeks later. It arrived, and it was wrapped in like 18 layers of duct tape.
That is Jesus.
I never got it open.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just totally wrapped this super nice leather wallet with multiple layers of duct tape. So
Hey, you got
I
it back, though.
Everything,
Yeah.
Never used it
everything
again.
was in it.
Well,
Nope, never use it again.
It sounds like he was like giving it back to you, but like still
he was annoyed.
being a prankster at the same time. All right, dude. Thanks, McD.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
or trying to prove that he didn't go through it, maybe. Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
right.
you could have
Yeah.
put a napkin around before the duct tape.
Yeah, right. Thanks, McD. Appreciate the call. Let's go to line 2. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Did you ever leave anything important behind?
Hey. No, I want to comment on Drew and the dude that sent his iPad back.
Yeah.
He said that guy paid for postage. I mean, Drew is a bad human if he has his contact information and didn't reimburse him plus a little bit.
I
mean,
offered.
that's,
The guy turned it down. I absolutely
this is
offered.
Drew.
I am a bad
Okay.
person, but I
All
offered.
right.
I mean, yeah, Drew is still a bad
I
person,
mean,
but at least
let that be law.
Yeah, so you're half right in this call.
I didn't hear it, but I'm like, what an asshole, dude! You don't have to put this on the air.
Well, you're already on the air, and you just said you just said a-hole, and I gotta go.
Which is a better description.
Thanks, man. You can send us a talkback anytime. Download the iHeartRadio app for your celly.
Hey, Brew Crew, man. This one time I left my phone. It's not my working phone. It's an old phone. And it has all these pictures of my dog, man, that we just had to put down. And I thought I left it at a hotel room. But come to find out, I was cleaning out my work truck. And lo and behold, there it was, man. I was just in joy. Y'all
bet.
have a good one. Bing bong.
Bing bong to you. Laura, have you ever left anything important behind?
Yeah, I actually realized this the other day, and it's not super important. It's just kind of sentimental. So earlier this year, I went to Iceland, and I didn't come back with a whole bunch of souvenirs, but I kept one of the 1,000 kroner marks. You know, like the
money.
The money, yeah. And I used it as a bookmark. I'd been using it as a bookmark since May, and I was under the impression that it was only like $10. First of all, not that it matters because you can't use it here, but I left it because I go to bars and I, read my book at the bar. I realized I left it at the bar the other day when I went to that bar and I looked up and they had it like on display behind the counter, and I was like, hey, that's my kroner. And I was like, I should ask for it back. And then I was like, no, they probably thought that I like left
this
it
lady tipped us funny money
as a tip or something. And so I was like, well, I can't ask for it back. And I just Googled it, and it's worth like $100.
Oh my God!
You should have
You
asked.
gotta
I was
ask
like,
them
well, I'm
for it
sure,
back.
I'm
They're not
sure
gonna
it's
give it to
still
you.
there, but I just feel bad because like if they thought that I left it, and then I'm like, hey, give me that back. That was my bookmark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I was like, oh man.
$100.
Yeah.
Damn.
And also, like, one of my only souvenirs from the trip.
Yeah, now she has no idea where she's at in her book either. She's
Yeah, exactly.
so
Right.
confused.
Yeah, I've had to start over 3 times.
Wow. All right, we got more talkbacks through the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Brew Crew. Yeah, I lost my keys one time. I was having kind of a wild night. I ended up in this girl's car, and things got kind of weird. And I was wearing this cow onesie, and the pockets were real little, right? So I get out, start walking home, realize I don't have my keys. So the key fob to my car was on it, keys to my house, a lot of other stuff. I never saw it again. It cost me like $300 to replace everything.
Oh, that sucks.
We're just going to gloss over the fact that he was wearing a cow onesie in the backseat of some stranger's car.
Yeah.
He said it got weird.
Yeah.
He prefaced.
This text comes from 9614. It says, I left my dad's wedding ring in the rental car after seeing him while he passed.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, our rental company never found it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just never found it, man. Of course you didn't.
Yeah, if you found it, it's now on one of your loved ones.
There are certain items when you're calling the place to see if they found it that you know they're.
I'm never getting this
because
back.
whoever found it is keeping it for themselves. It's so frustrating. And then when they say, "Oh, we don't know where it's at," you just go, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, and it's like when it's just impossible. Like, and I've told you before about it was a couple $100 pillow.
Yeah.
It's the heaviest thing in the world. I stayed at this like fly fishing hut with 8 units. You had 8 rooms to look in for an anvil of a pillow.
Yeah, you found it.
No, yeah, some guy named Larry has got a much better neck now at home because he's got a
That's so weird, though.
Tempur-Pedic.
It's like, who keeps a pillow that somebody else has been sleeping on?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, there are
maybe they threw it in a
$200
dumpster.
pillows.
Just wish we would communicate with our staff.
This text comes from 1912. It says, lost my keys in the Umatilla River, and I live in Vancouver. I had to pay about $300 to get new ones.
That sucks.
River keys. Mm-hmm. River anything sucks.
There's probably so much stuff at the bottom of those rivers.
The current just takes it about a quarter mile down.
Yeah. More of your calls and texts coming up here in just a few minutes. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Want to try something different for lunch this afternoon? Well, Beefwater Bay will be in here in about 30 or 40 minutes or so to review a brand new fast food item for another fast food frenzy.
Nice.
We'll try to do this as long as Beefwater's alive. All right. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on the brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew. We are getting closer to our breaking and entering Christmas. We have chosen a family, and we're going to start shopping. Well, we started shopping for them yesterday, actually.
Yeah, it's already in it.
And we will hopefully have it all done by the 14th when we appear at that person's house.
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
That's the big day.
We're in the basement hand-making dresses right now.
Yeah.
And then on the 20th will be the big Tanner, Drew, and Laura breaking and entering Christmas special, where you will hear that family just get everything they didn't think they were going to get this Christmas.
Yeah, so make sure you have your tissues handy because
Yeah.
it's going to be emotional.
I think we chose a really good family. There was honestly every single person who sent a letter in. Every single letter that I read was a deserving person.
We were having trouble even finding finalists because it's like, okay, well, we've got it down to 50.
Yeah.
Like, how are we ever going to do this?
Yeah.
So thank you to everyone who nominated a family. I'm sorry that we can't take care of everyone, but one family will get the whole shebang.
That's right.
And they're going to get brand new mattresses from Mattress World. They're getting a new Lazy Boy recliner from Lazy Boy. They're going to get a bunch of groceries thanks to Prestige Northwest, your trusted local experts in emergency restoration, repairs, and remodels.
That's
so
right.
That's nice. $500 in groceries from them.
That's
and
awesome.
that's huge. That'll fill a fridge. That'll make everybody go to bed in those new mattresses full on Christmas.
Yeah, a friend of mine bought Thanksgiving food, and she filled up two shopping carts full of food and only spent $300-something, like $306.
Which is good, and you'll be able to get some essentials and some long-term food for after the holiday.
And of course, thanks to McLaughlin Chevrolet for hooking us up with some cash as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, listen for that on the 20th of December, our big breaking and entering special.
Yep.
We still have beef water coming in here soon for another fast food frenzy. We are commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
It's Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Sorry, I'm just writing another email to Laura's mom.
That's all right. Well, and he always
really
whispers while he's writing those.
Inappropriate.
Why? It's not
Are they allowed to talk about, maybe some of your likes and dislikes? The holidays are coming up. It could be anything.
I will say, I think Laura's mom is fantastic, and she's just like, Laura's just like her mom. I'm not sure. Yeah, Laura, I was going to say, I don't know who's more like each other, but obviously Laura's like her mom. Because when I was talking to Laura's mom.
No, my mom's just like me. She picks up a lot of my habits. It's weird.
I wear off on people.
She's so sarcastic.
Yeah.
That I felt like I was talking to Laura.
My mom is like more sarcastic. Maybe not sarcastic. Maybe that's the wrong word, but like dry. So it's like half the time I'm like, I don't even know if my own mother likes me because she's just so like deadpan. Like,
yeah.
Aren't moms supposed to kind of hate on you? I mean, my mom's been roasting me for 20 straight years.
Yeah. Like I broke up with a girl recently, and I told my mom about it, and she goes, "Well, you weren't really her type."
And you're like, "Hey,
and you're like, what is that supposed to mean?
You're supposed to hold me."
Yeah.
But no, like Laura's mom is very sweet, and she's super sarcastic, and I thought I was talking to Laura at one point because I told her, I go, we were out of town, we were off the air when you were in town, and I'm sorry we missed you, and I was hoping to meet you and have you on the show.
Did you tell her Laura told us about 5 minutes before she got here?
That's not true.
I didn't tell her that. No,
that was the truth.
But she goes, she wrote back, and she goes, because I told her, I would have given you the whole show.
She was really excited to be here. Even my older brother was listening at home. Waiting.
And I felt bad.
Well, you didn't inform them we wouldn't be here. They were listening the day. You knew we weren't going to be here.
I told my mom. I was like, yeah, so change of plans. We're not going in.
Tanner, will you email her mom about family communication?
I will.
Stop.
Okay. I mean,
yeah, well, there is none. There is none because when I told Laura that her mom and I had been talking, she goes, "What?" Like her mom never said anything.
Yeah, I told my mom that we talked about her on the radio, and she's like, "Oh yeah, what you guys saying about me?"
So I told her, I'm sorry we missed you. We would have given you the whole show.
Did she cop an attitude?
No, Kyle, it's just her too. She goes, it's sarcasm, but it's funny. She goes, well, hello. You were bummed out when you found out I wasn't in town. Think of my dismay.
Mm-hmm.
This was to be my radio debut and the beginning of my new career, but it's not to be at my age. And I told her we'd take her out to lunch when she was here, and she goes, lunch out? What a marvelous prospect, although I've been told I'm not a cheap date.
Wow.
Well, you do have some things in common. She's religious. You went to Christian school.
We need to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And my mom need to have a conversation. Because it sounds like she's talking to you more than she's talking to me.
Yeah, and
what if Tony rolls up on a one-way flight to Knuckletown?
Those are some long texts.
Whoa, that's
long. Look at that.
It's like a novel.
Look at your mom.
Whoa. Yeah, but your text is why is a blue bubble so big?
Because I like to talk.
What do you? Well, yeah. I mean, you're a radio person, so I mean that's to be expected.
I know.
Mom,
I know it myself.
I got to talk to my mom about this.
Yeah,
this is not good.
The floodgate's been opened.
She's going to be busy tonight, so you can talk to her tomorrow.
We're going out.
We're going on a Zoom date.
What?
Because she's in another state.
Sent to her place.
Yeah, and I'm gonna eat a burrito, and she's gonna eat a burrito, and we're gonna watch each other. It's gonna be romantic.
You might want to get her spaghetti.
My mom, her new business venture is mukbang.
What's that?
It's when you videotape yourself eating and people get excited by it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sounds...
Yeah, we were going to start an OnlyFans account.
I thought mukbang was something different.
Yeah, well...
Mine went somewhere else.
Let your imagination run wild.
We are commercial-free thanks to Lazy Boy. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
You should stay, because coming up in about 10 minutes, Beefwater is going to review another fast food item.
Mm-hmm.
As long as his heart will let us,
He's overcoming indigestion for this.
As long as you're alive, you're going to be doing this bit for us.
Well,
you can talk. Casey, your microphone's
kind of
on.
demanding.
Why did you look at me like you couldn't talk?
I was waiting for a respectable introduction.
Okay, oh sorry. Beefwater, our promotions director, everybody.
Come on, you don't gotta get smart with me about it. I'm just doing what I'm told.
Them's the rules.
Yes, we're supposed to refresh the listeners.
You got to reset.
Yeah,
Nobody
reset.
knows who you are, people. You have to reset.
Constantly tell people who you are. That's what they say.
Every time you crack the mic, you got a new listener.
Tanner, you need to be saying Drew's name. Drew, you need to be saying Laura's name. Laura, you need to be saying Beefwater's name.
Say it till it's uncomfortable.
Sure, say my name, Tanner.
That's what they say.
Say my name, say my name.
Sometimes they bitch to us about some of the dumbest stuff.
It just makes me think that, thank God, our copy points of bitching have come down to that, because that's all the way
hey guys,
to nitpick.
we only saw 6 posts on Instagram this week.
It could be worse, though. I mean, if the worst thing we're doing is forgetting to say each other's names, Tanner, Drew, and Casey.
I just love the way that you just, why are you just looking at me? Why are you just
Well, you
looking
just
at me?
stood there like,
Yeah, like we're on the radio.
I
Like
did what I was told to do.
with or without your
Don't
introduction.
talk until he brings you in, is what I was told.
I was talking to. That was me bringing you in.
Yeah, just drive the
You've been brought
show
in.
into the wall.
Like you just did.
Guys, I think we should go around the room and introduce ourselves and say our favorite color.
No.
What do you think?
Well, sure. My name's Tanner. My favorite color is red.
My name is Beefwater. My favorite
Whoa,
color is
get
green.
in line, dude.
He looked at me. I didn't want to bring the show to a
wait
stop.
for your introduction.
Is it Tanner Beefwater, Drew and Laura?
Yeah.
It
Now
is
you've confused him. Do what you're told. I'm Drew
I'm
and I
trying.
like blue. Beef.
Is it really your favorite color, blue?
It is. It is blue.
Laura?
I'm Laura, and my favorite color is cerulean.
So get out of here with that cerulean. What is cerulean?
It's a real color.
That's not a real
Look in
thing.
your crayon box.
Cerulean.
In your
Yeah.
crayon box?
How dare you pick cerulean?
It's my favorite color.
Yeah,
What do you mean, how
you picked
dare
this.
I?
You picked this game.
And by the
then
way-
I marked my book with a Deutschmark. And my name is Caesarean.
It's by the way, it's
Cesarean.
kind of like a blue. So she's taking your stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's like you panicked and couldn't do blue.
Whatever.
It's Cerulean.
Yeah,
Correct.
I
It's a
prefer
real
Caesarean.
Beefwater, what's your favorite color? Black?
You said green.
Go green.
Probably green. Yeah.
Green.
Green's a good color.
Black like my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all also like the color black, but it's a shade.
Yeah, it's not really a color.
Dude, it's uniform for me. I wear it every day. Black. It's slimming.
I've
I
always
feel
got
comfortable.
some black on.
Every time I come in here with a different color, because I try. I try, and then I'll look at the cameras later, and I go, Jesus, I look like a parking cone.
This is very loud.
Yeah, but
very
it's like
loud.
you're like you wear either black or like bright neon blue. Like there's no in between.
It's like black or tangerine backpack.
Right, exactly.
Whatever. That's what I like. Beefwater has another fast food frenzy coming up in less than 10 minutes. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Thursday. Oh, I'm going to say this. I should have said this earlier. I'm going to say it now, even though there's a chance it could fall through because that's what happens.
Oh, okay.
But I got word day before yesterday that the legendary comedian and actor Kevin Nealon will be in studio tomorrow morning.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes, Kevin Nealon himself will be in studio tomorrow morning.
One of the best weekend updaters of all time.
Yeah. We've had him on the show before. It's been like 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, it was.
He won't remember.
Pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll say nice to see you again, and he'll go, oh, God.
Yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about.
We might even skip that term altogether.
But I'm super excited to meet him again and talk about all of his upcoming projects and all the podcasts he's been doing lately. Maybe talk to him about some people who aren't with us anymore, like Norm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think,
all a
Beefwater?
close-knit
He's
group.
got his own podcast, doesn't he? Doesn't he have a YouTube series where he
He
people
hikes.
hike with him?
Yeah, he hikes with people. And so those are kind of funny to watch where like Jack Black's all out of breath.
That's pretty
talking about
cool.
his latest movie.
And maybe he can break down how some of those guests were not ready for a hike.
Sure. But I agree with you, Drew. He is one of the best weekend updaters to ever do it.
Mm-hmm.
So who would you put at the very top of Weekend Update?
Oh, man, I really love Norm Macdonald. When it was a solo situation, I thought Norm did a great job. But as of duos, man, Tina Fey
and Amy Poehler.
Man, that was a tough one to beat.
They were really good. But the new guys are really good, too.
Yeah.
But there was something
Colin
about...
Yeah.
And like I do like the two-person. That's how it originally started. But it's tougher to do it the way Kevin did it.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
By yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when I was a kid, and I've told you guys this, I wrote an SNL assembly, and then I wrote like a play in college, back-to-back years, and he was 100% the motivation to do any of that.
I feel like to do like a Weekend Update solo, you got to be a special type of comedian. Like you can't just be a funny comedian.
You
like
can
you
just
got to be
lean in.
unique and weird and quirky
and kind of dry at times.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to say your timing it has to be just superb.
and willing to make OJ jokes.
Yeah.
Lots.
And then
Lots of
pause,
OJ
and then pause and just look at the camera for a second.
Exactly.
Yeah. Basking in the awkward. That's him and Norm
Yeah,
did that
right,
great.
yeah.
That's so good.
Fantastic.
All right, so Kevin Nealon, tomorrow, that'll be at 7:30 in the morning. As of now, it's on, okay? Now let's do another Fast Food Frenzy with Beefwater. And a Pizza Hut.
McDonald's. Oh, McDonald's.
We're going to do second verse coming in.
The song's terrible. All right, Beefwater loves himself some fast food. You reviewed a brand new item this week. What is it, my friend?
I did. Burger King is about to give away $1 million, you guys.
What?
$1 million
Whoa.
coming down. We got 3 finalists, people that nominated or
that's
that
right.
submitted their Whopper.
I was going to ask you about this
Okay.
because I saw the commercial on TV, and I was like,
Yep.
I wonder if Beefwater is trying
So
it.
your 3 options, the fried pickle ranch Whopper, the maple bourbon barbecue Whopper, and the Mexican street corn Whopper.
I was thinking maple bourbon would be a good addition before you read those. That would be my guess.
So I, this morning, rolled with a fried pickle ranch Whopper.
Yes, that's what I was going to pick.
This morning.
I mean, that's disgusting.
It
for
is
7
rolling.
a.m. But
It is rolling.
Do you think you
through
were
me.
the first one that ordered that today?
Yeah, and my favorite angry manager guy was there, and the ice machine was all froze up, and he was mad.
That he had to make the sandwich?
Yeah, he didn't even talk to me. The other lady came out from behind. He didn't
Well, you're
even.
ordering like dinner or
He
like
didn't say
lunch
hi
food.
to me. Nothing.
6
he
in
just,
the morning.
He just groused as he threw some warm water on that ice machine, trying to get it back on. And I'm there for it. So anyway, yes, that burger right now is bouncing through me like a Plinko chip.
Okay.
And just ping ponging.
You'll hit a jackpot later.
Absolutely.
Was it very big?
Standard Whopper size. You just got different ingredients. So it's got your pickle fries. It's got some Swiss cheese, ranch, lettuce, and bacon. So
sounds pretty good.
Pretty simple. I thought so too. Yeah, I don't know what it was, and I think as I like this burger took me on an emotional roller coaster ride in my car.
Let's
As I
ride.
started out going like, wow, this I don't know how I feel about it, and then it boiled down to the pickle fry.
I was going to ask, are they like crispy or are they soggy?
They were crispy.
Okay.
But it's just like the Sonic ones that I tried a little while back. The skin is so thick that I don't know what kind of cucumber that is that they use, but it's the wrong one. I know that much.
It's not.
I know you're using the wrong cucumber.
All right.
So and then once I got through those, and it was just like the burger without that, and it's just like Swiss and bacon and ranch. Then we're getting into a decent burger.
But that takes away the whole
It does.
thing.
You can't have it all, Laura. You can't have it all. So I don't know. Like that definitely on paper was the best one in my opinion. I've read stories about the street corn version being not very good. So
Maple bourbon sounds
bourbon
good.
should win $1 million.
So on paper, it looked like it was going to be delicious.
Yeah, I was like, this is going to be maybe my favorite burger of the year.
Wow.
And it went on the Mount Rushmore of worst burgers of the year.
Wow.
Worst?
Bummer.
Yeah, I would say it's in the top 5 worst burger I've had this year.
Is 5% of that ice maker interaction with the manager?
No, that's what I'm there for.
Yeah, he likes that. He thrives off that.
They're not grumpy. He's not eating.
How much was it?
It was $8.69, I think.
That's a lot.
Just the sandwich.
Just the sandwich.
Jesus.
And so
That's really disappointing because I would have thought the pickle one would be the best.
Me too, but it gave it a funky flavor, and I was just kind of like, this isn't for me.
You're a bit of a pickle chaser. I mean, in more ways
when
than
you
one.
get a good one, it's phenomenal.
You did the pickle sandwich. You've had a couple of pickle burgers.
I'm there for it.
It doesn't seem, and none of them have hit.
Yeah, well, this is why I do what I do, Drew. I got to get out there and let people know not to waste their money.
So how many beef burgers do you give? What's the burger called again?
This is the pickle ranch Whopper.
The big beefy pickle.
I like how he checks his notes.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get it right.
He's written an essay.
I want to
about
make sure I get it right. And I'm giving it a 5.8.
Yikes.
Burgers on the burger meter.
That is a hard F.
Yeah.
That is, it wasn't a total failure, but it left my socks fully intact.
Out of 10 beef burgers, you give it a 5.8. All right.
I guess 58's an F plus.
I will skip that one.
Yeah, I would say unless you're looking to try it out and just go for something on the wilder side today, shoot your shot. You might a different location could give you a different outcome.
Try that bourbon, brah.
But for me, we're going back to the OG.
The original chicken sandwich?
I would go with the chicken sando or regular Whopper.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah,
Whopper
I mean,
too.
the OG Whopper is maybe one of my favorite fast food items ever.
Yeah.
It's one of the only ones that I'm willing to eat without the cheese because originally the deal, the 99-cent Whopper was no cheese. So I was like, all right.
Got used to it. Yeah, but
the long chicken.
The long chicken sandwich is my jam.
Super good.
It's hard to eat them anymore, but God, I loved them.
Yeah, because that first bite, you get 1,000 degrees shot right into your cheek. That little grease pocket, that's every patty.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Beefwater.
All right.
For another successful fast food frenzy. What are you going to have for lunch?
I'll probably go back and give that one another try.
Stop.
Another location.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Beefwater just walked out. We were ranting about Chevy Chase and
Yeah.
Why he can't be more like Clark W. Griswold.
yeah, like why can't he be more like Clark?
Just be Clark. If he would have leaned into that, he would have been America's dad.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Beefwater. I think Beefwater would be more like Clark.
Beefwater could be America's
If
dad.
all
honestly.
dads could be more like Clark, we'd be getting somewhere. We'd have much better Christmas lights.
Totally. All right, let's see what's trending real fast.
Now, what's trending?
Online at 1059thebrew.com, you can check out our Donkey Show podcast. It's the show after the show. We record them, every day right after the program, and it's unedited, uncensored. There's no music or commercials, just us talking about stuff.
Right after the program. I
The
like how you
program.
call it the program.
Yeah.
Are we going to play any of that not appropriate Christmas carol we heard earlier?
Oh.
Yes, we can for sure. So yeah, it's another Christmas Carol from the social media account there. I ruined it.
Yeah, you know what?
Uses
It's
AI to recreate dead artists.
really kind of eye-opening because you don't pay attention to the lyrics sometimes. And then when you're forced to listen to it in a different setting, you're like, oh, that's
Right.
what he says. It's not that's not very nice.
It's usually a rap song, right? So
Yeah. And moms are still dropping their kids off in the minivan to it. If the
Yeah.
beat's good, don't listen to the tune.
Right.
So go check out the Donkey Show podcast at 1059thebrew.com. Also online here, we have got a cop using a kid's bike to chase down a suspect on a scooter.
I mean, you do what you got to do.
It's pretty rad. Listen to this report from Inside Edition. Wait, hold on. There it is.
Having no squad car was no problem for this cop. Here's why.
A brazen thief just stole a scooter, and this clever cop is in hot pursuit. There's the suspected scooter thief on Ring doorbell camera zipping down the street. Then the cop has a great idea. He jumps onto a kid's neon green bike and goes pedaling after the suspect in Lone Tree, Colorado.
Did you see a guy on a scooter?
The suspect can run, but he can't hide.
They thought we were gonna catch you, huh?
Busted.
I knew I wanted to catch this guy. hold
Hell
him accountable
yeah.
for his actions. I don't like when
It's
people.
the cop gets off this little kid's neon green bike and just throws it to the curb and walks towards the suspect. Got you, buddy.
Was a little kid on the bike at the time?
No.
Because that would have been way more funny if he's like, hey, kid, give me your bike.
If he
And, like, pushed
hoisted him off,
yeah.
threw him into a lawn.
Yeah, right. That would have been great. Now, the kid's bike looks like it was just leaned up against a fence or something.
Okay.
It was destiny.
But yeah, that's great. I never thought they did that in real life. You see them in movies, like come into your car or whatever. But I guess in real life, every once in a while, you got to do what you got to
What kind
do.
of scooter are we talking about?
It's like a bike. It's like a kid's bike.
No.
Oh, the
but
one he stole?
Yeah, was it like an e-scooter?
Probably.
It kind of looked like an e-scooter.
Like, do you not have any real crimes to fight? Or
Well, hey,
a little
thief's
confused.
a thief.
I mean,
Keep these streets clean.
Living here, I'm just so used to like people not showing up to anything.
Yeah, well, this
for
is-
any crime.
This was, where was this at? In Colorado, I think?
Lone Tree, Colorado. Yeah, just
Yeah.
outside of Denver.
And it's probably in a place where you just don't do things like that.
Not my town, boy.
No, I will chase you down on a children's bike.
So pretty cool moment. You can see that at 1059thebrew.com. Nice. We got Fat Thor on the phone. Fat Thor, one of our longtime listeners, wants to just say, I guess, happy Fat Thor's Day to you and yours.
Oh, happy Fat Thursday! I mean,
Hey.
if you're gonna say it,
Let's steal
I
his
appreciate
thunder.
it.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what I had prepared.
I don't know about that.
So,
But,
real quick, I wanted to share this. That Fat Thor sent this text message in this morning. I wanted to share it again. He sent me a text that says it was a screenshot of the iHeartRadio app because it let him know today that Fat Thor has listened. We thought it was the station, like the 1059 The Brew as a whole.
Yeah.
But he's listened to just this show, the Tanner, Drew, and Laura show,
Just
for
your show.
a whopping 25,872 minutes
That's incredible.
That's excessive.
in this year.
How many hours is that?
25,872
Who's
minutes.
good at math?
25,872 minutes.
It's a lot. I mean,
suffice it to
Yeah.
say.
it is so much that it's got to be something that you do all the time. Like you're never going to get to those numbers.
Because the
without-
show's only 4 hours, and you listen to the whole show from start to finish?
Oh, absolutely every day, except on Fridays it doesn't record the numbers because I listen to you in my car.
Oh, so it's actually even more.
Because on Fridays he doesn't have to work and he can go, all in.
Fat Thor, you need to get
I
a
just
hobby.
wake up and go
like,
drink.
What?
He's got a hobby. It's drinking.
I have a hobby. It's called drinking.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, okay. And I guess you can listen to the radio while you're drinking, so that's fine. Yeah.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
well, hey, what are you guys doing tomorrow? Because
Oh boy.
it is Fat Thursday. I'm not working, maybe I should stop by the studio and spread a little holiday cheer.
If you want to come by tomorrow morning and spread some holiday cheer, you're more than welcome. Sorry, is everyone okay with that?
Right after Kevin Nealon leaves.
After Kevin Nealon.
You can't be here when Kevin Nealon's here.
No.
That's fine. I mean, we've hung out so many times anyway. I'm tired of that.
No big deal. All right. Yeah, you get here around 8 o'clock. That's fine. 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I think Laura's whispering 9:30 to me.
If it's anything like last time, I'll go grab him out of the lobby and he'll already reek of booze.
Yeah. Can you just kind of keep it together tomorrow when you show up?
Yes, I promise I won't drink until after the show. How about that?
Okay.
Because last time he came
that
with
might be
Bloody
awkward.
Marys.
Yeah, we don't want you sober.
Yeah, you're going to be super awkward. At least do the things you do to loosen up.
You can have a couple. Just don't get tossed. Okay.
Turned up.
Yeah, just don't get
I love
crunk.
you guys. Woo! Happy Fat Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow.
There he is.
It's like, I'm getting off the phone before they change their mind.
He's listened for over 25,000 minutes this year.
He's earned a visit.
Like, apparently that makes him one of the top 10% of Brew listeners.
Which the fact that there could possibly be 9% of people above that.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening this year and whenever. Like, we had a guy call earlier and said he's been listening to us since he was, 16 or something?
Mm-hmm.
That's
and if you stop,
years of your life you'll never get back.
If you stop, my kids won't have Christmas next year.
Yeah,
Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
We appreciate you listening all these years. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Our Donkey Show podcast is next. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God.